And yeah, what's everyone up to? Ooh, I didn't even put Happy Friday in the title. It's a pretty good Friday. It's nice and chilly here in Washington. Yeah, Happy Friday. All right, so yeah, the commit is and stuff. Ah, I do need the field array thing. All right, so yeah, the part where we left off, excuse me, yesterday, is that we're trying to do the whole use field array, and it works in the UI to like add fields. Technically, we don't have a way to remove them. Uh, we do need to populate a button in there. Hmm. Yeah, what do we think the right way to do? Like, I'm still waffling over this toggle. Where would we want to put a remove? Right? We can leave the toggle there for now. I don't want to waffle on it too much. We could put the remove button as like a link button right in here. Maybe just a little like delete. Let's at least get the functionality there, and then we can figure that out. We'll do a button. what values can we do for the variant? If I give it null, does that just make it text? That part I can't remember. And yeah, happy Friday, War. Happy Friday. Sorry. Mm. Oop. Uh, that doesn't look right. Um, hmm. Gonna order pizza and open a beer. Nice. What kind of beer? And what's up, Ashley? How you doing? Heineken? Nice. Geez, that button is massive. Yeah, I think I want to do like an H auto. There we go. All right, so that we could do remove like that. We could do a little like delete button. You're doing okay, apart from your motorbike griefing you. Well, that's not good. Like, like it's just not running very well. Blew up the engine, replaced it. Got a rear tire puncture, replaced it. Got an oil leak, fixed it. Now your brake light switch won't work. Yikes. Yeah, that's brutal. Just one thing after another. What kind of bike is it? Oh, and yeah, what kind of beer? So you're drinking a Heineken, but there's a beer called Baden Baden, which has a passion fruit IPA. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I tend to like the really like hoppy PR like IPAs. I don't like the hazies. I don't know why. For some reason, hazies kind of like give me like a weird like headache almost. I don't know. Something about it. But I've never liked Hefeweizens much either, and they're kind of hazy too. But a Tracer 900 GT. It's a Yamaha. Okay. Oh, fun. Oh, I actually used to know someone who had one. I don't know if it was a Yamaha they had though. I think they had a BMW or something, but it looks just like this. But yeah, cool stuff. For some reason, I don't know why, but it just popped into my head. I can get 60 miles to the gallon on this hog. Like from Dumb and Dumber. Traded it to him straight up. Okay. Yeah, they all kind of like copy each other's styles. That makes sense. Oh, it's a touring style. Got it. That makes sense. Like a sports touring. Okay. Yeah, how do we feel about this remove button? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. And Super Maven just nailed it, dude. Cool. Okay, so then I think. Hmm. Yeah, this we need to disable. What do we want to say like the max number of keywords are for a compound keyword? 4? 5? Maybe just 3 to start? Like maybe 5 total, so 4 extra parts. I could see that. Ooh, and we could just get rid of the button instead of disabling. I think I like that even more. Yep, I think that's way better. Yeah, I think that works for me. I like the delete. I think I just realized I probably want this thing to actually be sticky. So let me do that to the layout real quick. We just haven't had very many like pages that need to scroll. But yeah, I think for mobile and a bunch of other reasons, we should definitely do that. We're not going to do the full mobile responsiveness at the moment, but yeah, we do want to do it eventually. Uh, 16? And then, yeah, we want to get the padding on it. Yeah, all right. I think that works. Um, like that top spacing is just a bit much. It was probably actually exactly what we had at the bottom too. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, how you doing, Conti? What you up to? Waiting for your usage counter to reset on Claude Code. Brutal. Right? Like, that's the crazy world we live in now. Like, well, I'd love to code, but I gotta wait on my token quota. I get it. It makes sense. You have Cursor AI sub as well, but GPT-5 is so slow. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I didn't even think about what model Cursor must be using. Because, yeah, they don't have their own model. Yeah. I didn't even think about it. Hmm. All right. So, yeah, that was a good quick fix for that, even though there's way more to do there. So, if we were to then submit this, right, we'd scrub for empty keywords on the back end anyways. Then, theoretically, if you open this up, it'd be easier. Like, if you went to the edit screen, you'd still see these fields, but they would be disabled, which I think it's fine. So, yeah, let's think about like what we do when we submit to the back end now. That would be part of create. Ooh, this is actually an issue. Oh, I was like, why does none of that look right? Got it. And then yeah, so in 9 minutes, it's been 3 weeks since you stopped smoking cigarettes. Hell yeah, dude. Good work. Ah, I don't know if it counts. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, at least you got a bit of a streak. So it's been a week instead of 3. Still better than nothing. Yeah, that doesn't count at all there. Unplug or whatever. That doesn't count whatsoever. That's still really bad for you. All right. So yeah, there we go. Show. I mean, I think weed still counts. It's kind of a smoking habit. Not sure if you do or don't, but I was going to say neither did I, but then I thought, well, no, I do smoke weed. Way less than I used to, though, which is interesting. Today you went for a 1 hour walk? Nice. Yeah, I wanted to get a walk in today, but I didn't. We'll see about tomorrow. Actually, what does the weather look like, real quick? Let me double check that. Oh, wait, did I not update my today command? I could have sworn I did. Hold on. I forgot an M, I bet. I bet I did the same exact typo earlier. Wait, I did it. Oh, it's this fucking M key. Like, dude, yeah, this keyboard, some of these switches are going out. There we go. Finally. Like, jeez, dude. Finally. All right. So, yeah. No, so it wasn't a conference. Yesterday was just, not yesterday. Wednesday was just Seattle JS, and that's just a meetup. Those rarely get recorded. And then yesterday was some talks about Expo and React Native and Blue Sky, which was cool. And yeah, I didn't realize that Blue Sky is a React Native app. Like, yeah, that's actually crazy to me. I think Twitter is too. So yeah, yeah, kind of cool. But yeah, so looks like tomorrow and Sunday mostly cloudy. Chance of precip pretty low. Yes, Facebook made React Native. But unplug. Um, and is that the right way to say your name? I keep forgetting. Uh, Cascadia JS will be recorded. I'm actually on the hook for that recording. Whatever. No, it's fine. I don't mind helping. So I'm on the hook for recording the lightning talk stage, and then the main stage. They've got like a proper crew for that one. So yeah, cool. Yeah, let me reach out to someone and see if they want to golf on Sunday. Okay. Um, it is unplugged. Okay, just want to double check that. You'll wait for Cascadia. Yeah, makes sense. Said that meetups aren't recorded. Yeah, it's just tough to like coordinate. Like it's doable, but there's just usually like it's just so much more up in the air about how the audio gets recorded and some of that stuff. So it can be a bit tricky. All right, so yeah, back to the back end. Okay. Um, so when a keyword is created, parts would theoretically come through. And what's up, Cammy? How you doing? What you up to? All right, so then in here, what we need to do first is match on type. If type is compound, make sure org has a compatible plan. Um, I specifically applied to get Kraken. I don't remember where I found them. I thought I had found them on DevRel Careers, but I think I might have just found them on LinkedIn. I was specifically looking for a DevRel role, though. But yeah. Oh, interesting. Miston Labs. Eh. Oh, wait. What? 1.6 mil? Hold on. I should be applying to that if it's 1.6 mil. What? Holy shit, dude. What? I think it's got to be a typo. Like, I'm not even looking, but, like, dude, that'd be insane. Like, whoa. But yeah, if you're trying to get into DevRel, this is a good site. Yeah, they got a bunch of new ones. Yeah, that's cool. Looks like a lot of these want someone in the office. This one's interesting to me, though. Like, I don't know if y'all remember Vape Juice Jordan. Pretty sure. I don't know if he still does, but at least at the time when he left Netflix, he moved to Miston. I'm curious about that. Like, I wonder if they show employees. And probably not. Do we think we can spot him? It's like a Where's Waldo? Where's VJJ? You think he is still there? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him post on X for a long time. Uh, I think their site needs some work. Oh no, I see how it's supposed to work. Okay. No, that makes sense. I get it now. Oh, and we're not even fully ready for the back end portion of things yet. Damn, hold on. Yep, I forgot about the field array stuff. So we need to finish the field array part first. Right, so match on the type, make sure org has a compatible plan. Um, if not, spit out an error. If so, continue down the process. We also need to yeah, we also need to validate the length of the parts array. Set the shader. All right, so we at least have our notes for what the backend needs to do, but we need to figure out this error because field here should be what we're seeing, right? Like parts, value, and is whole word. So let's look at what happened here. Oh, and they link back to the docs. So we see what the values are that are returned, and here's some rules. So it automatically generates the ID. Perfect. Don't use the index, of course. You have to cast it as a const? I don't think you do, which is interesting. Yeah, so it doesn't look like I'm missing anything here in the rules list. What's that? Oh, and hold on. Hold on. Yep. I forgot to post my slides to Seattle JS. So 1 second. See, I'm ripping GitHub. Repositories. Most recently updated. Copy link address. Sorry, so just give me a sec. Okay, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. So back to it. Yeah, something feels off about this. So there's some place that I'm not doing this properly. Right, we see parts form, parts. It seems like the type is correct. Yeah, and the default checked value. Yeah, we don't care about this. Actually, do we? I think that should just be a Boolean, right? Let's double check that. Yeah, so definitely a Boolean. Get rid of that. And then... And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? It's form.getValues. But yeah, this is actually incorrect because we don't want to do it on the form. Right? This is going to be more like field dot on change. Um, yeah, so then this is where we get that same error. But yeah, so basically the form does have a way of getting the values, but parts form is really like the field array. And it doesn't have like the same stuff. Um, but it's like it's close enough. I'm less sure of this actually working, but it should work still. Yeah, just the weirdest part to me is that we get all the right types, in all these other places, but then this doesn't work for us. So what we could do then maybe is parts form dot, and then that's maybe what you were saying, like get the value here. Oh, but that works. So it's really just field. So the parts form is good. It's when we're looping over, excuse me, parts form dot fields as we map it. Field array with ID. Yeah, that should totally work. Right? Like, yeah, I just wonder. Let me try this. That definitely doesn't work. But if we were to do it like this, I bet it would. Right? Like that's totally fine now. I wonder if it's just a bug in the version of React hook form. Let me look at that. Let's just update it. Why not? And yeah, Bato, thank you so much, man. Oh, wrong place. Uh, I thought I updated PNPM. Like, I should definitely update. Okay. Eh. All right, that seems fine now. All right, so let's get PNPM dev back up and running. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I think that's a big problem. It's only per, like, terminal. Like, we'd have to, like, resource it or something. So that's a little annoying. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so then we can go compound. It looks to me like that's working just fine. Oh, yeah. The thing we wanted to check, though, right? It was working fine, but... Let's try this. Yeah, it still doesn't get it on the field. And yeah, no worries. Yeah, I really like streaming. I'm glad you guys enjoy watching. Yeah, whatever. If it works, it works. If he dies, he dies. Let me get more music going. We can get rid of this leaving off. We can get rid of that on change. Yeah, the rest looks pretty good. All right, so now we're back onto the back end part of things. So yeah, for this part, we need to, number one, check if the user has an account that would allow a compound thing. We got to make sure parts isn't too long, and we want to make sure that each like part that they're sending is also not too long. What do we think like the longest word we want to allow people to do is? Like 32 characters? It'd be weird to have words longer than that. Let me pour some more water. And what's up, Seth? How you doing? Yeah, so it's going to be a top level match. And this is probably where Brainless would say break the function up into multiple functions. Did I predict it? You were thinking it already, right? Maybe. Yeah, exactly. I know your tricks. It's Night at the Roxbury, right? You just grabbed my ass. I know your tricks. Like, how could I have grabbed your ass? I'm standing across the room. Yeah. Uh huh. Coinbase ad? Yeah, I use Coinbase. Yeah, we'll just do the top level match. Um, and it's case. We also need org ID. So let's fetch the org first. Yeah, because we have the count of like how many keywords they can have. Yeah. Okay. So org. I think I actually want this to be get org and billing tier. So we want to do keywords here. That was not it. Uh, And it's a get list keywords by org ID. We probably want to create a method just to grab the count at the SQL level. Just less data over the wire. We could just have a to-do for that. All right, so keywords count. $49 is the country code for Germany? Oh, I didn't know that. On, yeah, thanks, Jens. Appreciate you. So this would be like a cond kind of thing. Let me double check this. And Brainless, you might know this question. But basically, there is no like early return I could do in these methods, right? Like I'd love to be able to just do like an if like guard clause and then just not even do any of the other BS. And I know like early returns aren't there, but if I like if I do like the connection stuff, would it cut the connection early? I guess the function would still run though, even if the connection got sent. So yeah, there is no early return. Yeah, I gotta stop thinking that way. Yeah, okay. Like I know not like literally a return, but like an early killing of the connection. But that's just bad code anyway. Because the function would still return, like would still finish. I mean, basically though, what I could do is match on this. Oh, I could like halt the connection there. but it would still finish executing the function. So that's really not what I want. But what I could do here is then match on OK equaling the result of this condition. And if that's not the case, then it wouldn't go to this other stuff either, right? How would you feel about a guard clause like that? Right? Like technically I would have some other conditions I'm checking. I could let that blow up. Is that weird? Or it just, technically it throws an error saying it can't match? Yeah, it's probably not the right way to go. Yeah, I'll just nest it. Yeah, I think condition is the right way to go instead of a case, though. Right, so yeah, we do keywords count, org billing keywords. What we want to do here then is org dot billing that false. And I don't think forbidden. I don't think forbidden's the right thing. This would be payment required, though. Oh, but hold on. Okay, so that one actually no, but here, if that, so then this part would be, and really, yeah, these are just bad request. And yeah, how do you feel about doing the conditions this way? Feels right to me. I might want to like, I don't know. It does feel a bit like a wall of text. Yeah, like another function, but really like, I don't know, the more functions you make, it would be cleaner on multi-clause. Wait, what are you saying? Like you're just saying another function would be ideal. I don't know, like there's there's diminishing returns when you start splitting up functions too much. Like it's just a layer of indirection. And what do we really think the longest keyword part value should be? I'm going to say 32. I think that's all the things we need to validate. Oh, and here's the craziest thing. Um, I went to Big Mario's yesterday to grab some pizza to bring home, and they ran out of pizza. Like that's insane to me. They ran out of pizza. They're a pizza place. How are you gonna run out of pizza? like, but no, I guess someone didn't like someone got sick or something, or like called in sick and didn't prep enough. But yeah, that's just crazy. You're a pizza place. How are you gonna run out of pizza? Oh, but really cool thing. So basically, before I got to the pizza place, I got my ramen. I went to the ramen place, and they were trying to like seat me at like a like I walked in and they're because I'm a regular, they're like yeah, just sit wherever, sit at this table, right? And it's like a two-person table, and there's like a two people that signed up before me right there. I was like, I don't want to take a two-person table, like that's just bad business. I'll sit at the bar. And she like got mad at me a little bit. Like, I try to help you. I was like, I still want you to make money. But then I sat down at the bar, and somehow there was an extra miso, like for the people next to me. They're like, we didn't order this one, and she's just like, oh, here you go. So I got free ramen. I was happy to pay for it. I would have gotten extra shashu if I had like ordered my own, and I wouldn't have gotten the miso. I would have gotten the uh, Hakata style. But yeah, it was still cool. Yeah, it's nice being a regular at a place. I really do like that. But yeah, so back to all this. I think we'll call that good. Yeah, this feels right. Yeah, I like this condition check for all of my like guard statement stuff. I like that. Ooh, looks like I could be missing an end. Oop. Wait. So org ID will be overridden in map. It's also an error. Oh, okay. Yep. So that's the same issue. So this is the error. Org ID. Let's do that. Hold on. So con.params.org ID. Oh, I see why it was complaining. I had org ID in there already. Yeah, never mind. No, we're good. Function is too complex. Cyclomatic complexity is 11. Max is 9. Brainless, you're thinking too loud. Chill out. I can already hear you. I know, I'm just having fun. I know, you're not wrong. Like, it's really not that bad. It's just all the validation we got to do, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Hmm. All right. Well, yeah. This is our create endpoint, and I think it's good enough. We're gonna need to test it. The show endpoint should be good, but yeah, update. Why am I doing the base keyword thing? Oh, yeah. Because we're passing it into here. Okay. We do still need to do some condition stuff. Oh, and hold on. I just forgot something about the create. We are not doing this part right. Welcome back there. And here's the question. Hold on. Is it Mateo or is it Matthew? How do I pronounce your name? Curious about that now. Oh, okay. So then it's Mateus, and that's probably how you pronounce it, right? Well, now I just want to call you Matthews. It's up to you. I don't mind saying Mateus. Mateus. Yeah, either way. No, it's easy enough. All right. So what I kind of want to do is I want to coalesce parts because it could technically be optional. Like, how do I check for something being an array already? Right? Like enum dot is no. Oh yeah, I'll have one. It's only 4 o'clock right now though. Like, I will have a whiskey. I'm actually low too. Yeah, it's basically just 2 whiskeys, which I probably don't need more than. Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, I get it. So I want to allow them to not pass it, right? So I just want to check to see if it is a list. Then I ignore it and I just return the value. If it's not a list or it's nil, actually, I can just do the nil check. The rest is just parts because it's getting validated at a different level. Oh, is list. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh. So they don't like a condition for this. Consider just using an if. I could force it to a list with enum.wrap or list.wrap. Okay. Yeah, let me look those up. Let me get more music going too. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I think that's cleaner than this if-else thing. You've never touched Elixir? That's fine. It's not required reading. Yeah, okay, so now we're actually adding that. So now back to the update. The key thing about update is that you're not allowed to add or remove keywords, right? Or like keyword parts. All you're able to do in the update is basically update the ignored users and whether it should be a whole word match. And that even goes for extra keywords, right? So validating that the parts array is the same amount of parts, right? The same exact words, no changes there. I think the order should be stable, so that shouldn't be a big deal. So we can just like loop over these things, checking them one by one. Yeah, all right. So the thing we want to do then is right. So we've got the keyword. It's gonna have parts in it, so we're good there. What we want to do then is I think we want to do another condition. And we want to do another. If they've already created it, then theoretically parts is already a thing. But just in case, we'll do this. Existing parts and do this. It's keyword dot parts, and we want to do list dot wrap. So length existing parts. Right, so we'll do that. So then what we want to do is, right, check the length, add requests. You cannot change the number of extra keywords. What's up, Arclight? How you doing? All right, so here we go. Yeah, we do condition, length existing parts, and then this is where enum.any um what we'll do is this. Um yeah, so we'll do an any. But yeah, so then we've got part here. And can this function get the index? Let me double check that. It's just the element. Huh. Because I need the index. I basically want to check to make sure that the contents of both for the value part of it stays the same. Oh, and then that gives me like a tuple. Oh, with index, huh? Oh. Ah, okay. No, that works. Perfect. So then index is the second argument. Sweet. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate you, Brainless. Pipe operator passes the thing being piped as the first argument, right? Or do I need to do like an argument flip? Okay, I just want to double check that. I feel like I've seen some case where it ends up being the second argument. Or like it adds it as like the last argument. I don't remember where I've seen that. Maybe I'm just forgetting. Like, I don't know. But then here, this is that. It's part index. So then here, it would be part.value does not equal existing parts index value. Now, technically, I want this to be safer. So instead, and yeah, Mateus, yeah, for sure. That's what this is. This is a tuple. I mean, technically, what you're thinking about are the tube operators. The internet's just a series of tubes, not pipes. Come on. What a naive way of thinking. I'm kidding, by the way. Yeah, pipe operators hate tube operators. Exactly. They're mortal enemies. Oh, here's a fun thing. I posted that thing about Messijo yesterday about like the design choice we wanted to make, and one of my coworkers, I think he's Italian, like he's over in the Europe office. One of my coworkers totally caught the reference from Messijo, like for the name. Yeah, his reply to my thing was, "Nice atmosphere, food's great. It's got a little bit of an edge." To which I replied, "Yes, you got the reference." And then I technically replied, "Why wouldn't I be a restaurant person? Cheese string?" Yeah. And he replies, "Tapas." To which I replied, "Tiny food from Spain." And he finished it up. I'm a bastard. Like it's just, ah, man, I love a good quote like thing. Like, it's just really fun. And wait, what's catching up? And then yeah, here. Oh, entropy's catching up. Got it. So list. There doesn't seem to be a get at. What's the right way to grab something? Is it? Oh, it's enum at. There it is. Thank you. Yeah, so Dan, the big thing to remember is that this is not technically enums in the way you're thinking about other languages. This is like enum meaning like something enumeratable, right? So lists, basically. But you can enumerate maps. You can enumerate, you know, like like the key value pairs of a struct or a map. But this is more about like enumerating, right? Iterable, exactly. As far as I know, Elixir doesn't technically have enums in like the way that you think about like other languages and what they call enums. As far as I know, I think, right, Brainless? But yeah, basically, like all the utility functions for mapping and filtering and all that stuff is on like the enum namespace, but it's for enumeration, which is technically what enums are too, but it's you know not the same structure. All right, so then we do this. Okay, yep. Ignored users is a separate thing. And then here, and I think I can call that good. Many of these built-in functions are more about what they do rather than the concepts behind what they do. What do you mean by that specifically? But yeah, okay. I'm gonna say this feels like all the logic we needed. So now we got to test it. Um, we need to do it. Hold on. I am still hard coding one thing. What's the most recent rabbit hole I've wandered down that was a distraction from my main work? I don't know. we're pretty we're pretty task oriented here. Like I get distracted by chat. I think I see what you mean. Like, do you mean like this as my work, or you mean like the work that pays me money? Because this is technically the biggest rabbit hole that distracts me from my work. But I wouldn't say distracts me. I think having this platform and being able to stream to all of y'all is part of why I got the job. Ah, got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I work at GetKraken as a developer advocate. I don't know, Tuda. All right, so yeah, we need to log in. Let's go with email. Oh, and we were doing Messijo testing. What we want to do is Parker at Gorilla. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We've got some really good designers. Yeah, they make some really cool looking work. All right, so here's our magic link. Oh, I did it from scratch. It's really not that complicated. I didn't even realize that Elixir had something built in for that. Migration's already up, though. It's on the latest versions. Got it. Oh yeah, you didn't have to wait for me. I'd say it's 4:30. I doubt anyone from work on a Friday night is reaching out to me, even though I asked for some feedback. A couple people looked at it. I guess no news is good news. Yeah, I think we could do one. Start thinking about what I'm gonna do for dinner. Yeah, we are low on the whiskey, which is fine. Definitely had more yesterday than I needed. No, take it easy. Take it easy. And yeah, I mix it with water when I'm at home, Coca-Cola when I'm outside. No. I was definitely going to have one. I just wanted to cheers you proper. We can always just pace ourselves. Bink. Or actually, hold on. There we go. Lower. Bink. Yeah, I definitely do Coca-Cola when I'm out. It's already 8 p.m. for you. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, I mix it with water when I'm at home. Oh yeah, cheers everyone. It's just too much sugar. Like I'm trying to lose some weight. Not doing a very good job at it. But, you know, I already lost 10 pounds, which is huge. I've been like exercising more, so like arms and shoulders are feeling good. But yeah, I need to be at like 160 and I'm still around like 180. Like I lost that first 10 really quick. The next 10 is going to be tough. 10 after that is going to be way tougher. Now, if I can just really, if I just keep like the exercise up, I'd be fine. Yeah, same. I need to start like walking or jogging or yeah, probably not jogging. Walking or like riding the bike way more often. And we've got a gym at the apartment complex. So I could definitely still get like a jog or not a jog, but like a walk or whatever, even if it's raining out. I'm just slacking. Yeah, exactly. And I'm 41, so you know, it's not getting any easier to stay fit. You're 28 already having your midlife crisis. There you go. I mean, get it out of the way early and then you're good to go, right? Um, but yeah, we've got some bug where like this should be running. Let's double check this. Oh, and it is running. It's just I'm not passing the value where I need to. Yeah, that's my bad. I forgot to update our fetcher. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, that's not it. Maybe it's in the controller? Trying to understand everything I'm doing by osmosis. So basically, right, like, here's the project command. Wait, the official documentation for what? For Elixir? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's good. You want to eat something solid, tired of baby food? Oh, I bet, man. Yeah, that's rough. But just think about it. When you eat like a proper meal, it'll be that much more delicious. And then, yeah, Mateus, sorry. Basically, that's the description of the project we're making. The idea is we want to do compound keywords. No, no, I don't do SSR. Nope, don't believe in it whatsoever. I think SSR only makes sense for e-commerce. There's probably some other cases for it, but it's really rare. Right? Most static site generators can do tens of thousands of pages, like really quick. So yeah, for content sites, I could see once you get to like a crazy level, it could make sense. But no, I just think there are very few cases where I think SSR makes sense. But it's pushed at us as like the way to do application dev. It's just, I don't know, man. Because people are scared of JavaScript. You know, like live view, live wire, hot wire, all that BS. It's just, yeah, I don't know, man. It really doesn't make sense to me. I can understand some things. Like Elixir has this live dashboard, right? Being able to listen to the dashboard without doing anything crazy and it's just auto updating on its own, that's kind of nice. You know, it's kind of nice. Hey, what's up, TG Khalil? How you doing? Yeah, how was the chillin'? And yeah, Friday, right? Hell yeah. Love good Friday. Okay, so Mateus, basically, Phoenix is the framework for Elixir, and it allows you to do Django stuff, right? But I just don't build that way. I just want my backend to be a REST API. That's it. I don't want it wasting any cycles on servers. And yeah, what were you up to on your stream today, TG Khalil? Looking at it, just co-working, some Pomodoros, hanging out, UX and UI stuff. Nice, nice. I don't think it's that different of an approach, Mateus. Like, live view is newer than the old way of just doing a REST API. All right, so fixing website redesign for a streamer. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, it sounds real fun. I'm guessing like a game streamer or something. And what are we up to today? Yeah. So we're currently building out the. Well, we've got a bug to fix first, but we are very close to finishing up the compound keywords feature for our Messijo app. And for everyone out there who's curious about what Messijo is, not regulars. Sorry, brain fart. Project. There we go. All right, so we're building an app to listen for mentions. All right. And, like, not necessarily even like a tag as a mention, but if someone just uses a word that you're listening for. So that you as a brand can respond to them, maybe at least get ahead of issues your users are having, maybe find relevant conversations to slide into as a brand, things like that. It's not that complex. I mean, as always, everything starts out simple and you start adding to it, and then it becomes complex. But listening to Blue Sky is as simple as a WebSocket. And that's the title of my talk at Cascadia.js. ATProto is as simple as a WebSocket. Or can be as simple as a WebSocket or something like that. And yeah, Mateus, you don't know, but you understand my way of thinking. Yeah, I get it. Like, I want to be able to rewrite the front end, and the back end shouldn't care. I want to be able to rewrite the back end, and the front end shouldn't care. I also want to leverage CDNs instead of making my server render a template every single time. So I did the lightning talk at Seattle.js on Wednesday, but Cascadia is in a month. So it was a good practice talk for a conference, whereas Seattle.js is a meetup. And meetups are just easy, nice and chill, great way to practice a talk, get feedback, and all that stuff. Yeah, real busy. I've got 3 conferences next month. October might be empty. And then I got a thing in November. I think it's confirmed. I'm going to be emceeing JS Nation in New York. One of the MCs. I think they usually do 2, maybe even 3. I think it was 3 2 years ago, maybe only 2 last year. Yeah, I mean, just presenting is a good adrenaline rush. I love that stuff. But continuing the conversation there a little bit, Mateus, just think about it this way. I've got my dashboard application, and I've got my marketing site, which is Astro. Astro can actually still fetch the billing tier stuff, so I only need to update my source of truth in one place, and my front end, my back end, all of that can consume it and render out either statically or, client side SPA style. And I don't have to worry about the back end. That means that the marketing site and the dashboard will at least render in some way when possibly the back end dies or goes down or whatever, rather than just seeing like a 500. I massively prefer the failure scenarios when you have these things properly separated. I don't like them mixing together. Right? Like a 502 bad gateway on your marketing site is nightmare material. But it's also like, why do you want to deal with your back end having to handle that scale? It can just be a file up on the CDN. And it's better for your users that way too. Because they're not necessarily having to do a trek like halfway across the world to wherever your server's sitting at the data center. They can get the CDN right next to them. There's just so much value to that. At least for like the static assets and stuff. Yeah, like to make it to where your backend still gives the user a really nice, error page in the event of like bad gateway stuff. That's way more effort and complexity, right? Like I'm sure you can do it, but I don't know. Yeah, like that's Google's problem. That's not my problem. No, like it's less of that. I'm mainly just making up justifications for why I like it. But yeah, I like the separation of concerns. I like building single page applications. I think there's a lot of just benefits to doing so. And I think the negative aspects of having everything be served from one server far outweigh the extra complexity of splitting them out. Oh no, I haven't tried to explain this too much, so this is good practice anyway. But yeah, so for everyone joining from the raid, we're figuring out why I got an error just recently. Trying to do some of this stuff. Seems like a good way to develop solo. Maybe. It just depends on like where your expertise lies. If you're really good at DevOps, then maybe the monolith approach makes a lot more sense to you. But I'm not an amazing DevOps engineer. I don't want to have to deal with Kubernetes or any of that stuff. It's a nice problem to have when the moment that you need Kubernetes or whatever. So if I can get away, as long as possible, with a simpler setup, even though it seems more complex, like it's simpler to handle scale. It's simpler to handle like the failure case. But it is more complex because you have 3 deploy targets, right? Marketing site, application site, and then actually like the API. I just like the approach of you've got a canonical API. You can build little like micro apps that consume just parts of it. And there's still a lot of value you know? Like you get to iterate quickly. If you are doing like template rendering with your server, it's easy to forget that, oh, you might actually wanted to have had a REST API that you could consume from a mobile app or, micro internal site stuff. There's just so much more freedom. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah, basically. I just think static assets are so much more infinitely scalable and easier to deal with. So if you're doing any documentation, marketing site stuff, or single page application stuff, that's just static assets. So you're not going to get a Reddit hug of death from that part. Like your API might go down, but those things are rock solid. No one's going to take down the CDN. And I really like that. I don't know. I need to like really put my thoughts together more about that. Do I have any open projects that others can collaborate on? I mean, I have a bunch, but none that are built like with this architecture. Like I got all sorts of open source stuff. You can check out my GitHub. Uh, my profile. One 176 repos. Hold on. Let's filter that down to sources. 128. Because yeah, there's some things I've had to fork. Nice. Yeah, I would say probably do it based on the amount of stars. I forgot that I starred my own thing. That's weird. But yeah. Yeah, maybe check out stuff that you might want to contribute to based on the number of stars. That might help. Um, Actually, if you use NeoVim, I've got some issues on my NVim biscuits project. If anyone wants to help contribute to those, it's the Lua out of range error. Lazy loading would be nice. That one's like a nice to have. It's really like these three. Exposing highlight color as config. We technically let you configure the color, but it'd be nice to be able to use like the name of the node or something. So yeah, that one's kind of nice. I like that one. But yeah, some people are just having some issues. Like this one here. This one seems a little tricky. I think there was another one someone commented on recently. Yeah, so some other people reported this one too. So this one's still alive. So yeah, I don't know. We got a couple bugs that are tricky. But I'd say that's like the one that we probably need the most help with. And yeah, I just realized that it's not actually all of my projects because that one wouldn't be listed there. But yeah, any of these, people are more than welcome to contribute. Vexilla is something I need to work on my own. Host party, Scully image, Drama Sands, whiskey streams. I don't remember what that was for. I don't remember that part at all. Yeah, most of these others are just closed source. But yeah, at some point, Vexilla would be nice to fiddle with. I need to get that back up and running. Yeah, it's totally up to you. Okay, so yeah, why is this bug happening? And it's billing tier stuff. All right, let's make sure we're up and running. So yeah, we're getting this 500 sad panda. It's when we're fetching orgs. That's it. That's the one. Now I see. So I think number one, we have to go to not here. So that's list user. We want to do list orgs with roles, and this is it. Compound keywords. All right, so fetching billing tiers is still failing for us too. Let's double check some of these. Compound keywords not found in billing.billing tier. It's definitely in our database. Oh. We forgot to update this part. Okay, so now we get a 404, and that's for the org that we're in. So that's where we messed that up. Let me fix that on the front end real quick. Hold on, let me do this. And hey, what's up, J. Phils? Mr. Sir? Yeah, how you doing? What you up to? No, I have not worked with a Brazilian named Chris before. I've worked with Chris's from other places. Oh, no, that's not actually what you're joking. Yes, I have worked with Brazilians before. There were two of them at the company I was at before this, at Fairwinds. And I'm doing well, man. You spent today leading your engineering org through an incident. Ooh, okay. What kind of incident? You deployed some instrumentation to prod to debug a slow auth issue happening in middleware. Whole thing came crashing down. Interesting. And yeah, like, I guess not very easy to reproduce, huh? Someone was using a modified Jupyter notebook setup that locked your RDS cluster. That's nightmare material. Dude, that's gnarly. The auth service was eating exceptions in the middleware, so you couldn't see any DB errors. Oof. And the Jupyter queries weren't even using the read replica. Dude. Someone's got some splaining to do. Let me get some more music going. And yeah, thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Oh, and all rollbacks failed, but all environments except prod were fine. Yikes, dude. Yeah, total dumpster fire. That's not good. A blameless retro, and hold on, what does RCA stand for in that case? And yeah, lessons learned, you know? Yep. Because yeah, like pointing blame, root cause analysis, that's it. Yeah. Pointing blame might feel good in the moment, but it's like, it's really toxic to an organization. So yeah, like in some cases, like there's a really good quote that I remember hearing, like when there was that GitHub person that deleted the prod database or whatever. There were people like, well, they just got fired. And GitHub came out and said, no, we're not going to fire them, right? We just spent a bunch of money training them on what not to do in the future, right? Why would we throw that investment away? And also, it uncovers the fact that, like, why was that person even able to do such a thing? Well, yeah, there's an organizational failure there at some point, too. A hidden null pointer exception that went unhandled. Ooh. Brutal. Yeah, that's not ideal. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on how you deal with it. Exactly. That's a lot of keyword events. I forgot we even had that running. But this is also a while ago. So much spam out there. So yeah, 12 days ago. So yeah, database seems to be handling that stuff fine. Oh, and that's what I wanted to fix here. Yeah, we're doing top 4. We'll do a top 2. We should do top 4. But the padding top needs to be more. I'm using Postgres. Yeah, that's a lot of events. I doubt any actual user would get to that point. And yeah, as you told the team today, how you respond in crisis shows what your real engineering culture is like. Yep, exactly. And yeah, I'm not doing anything with Postgres that's unique to Postgres, so I could totally be using MySQL and it'd be fine. I just needed SQL for this. Um, I guess that spacing's fine. I guess the reason, like, I was actually totally willing to accept this, except that the z index of this is weird. So what if I do this? Right. Oh, right. Uh, Like, I almost wish the shadows could have their own Z index. Because that doesn't look bad. That looks pretty good to me, actually. I still want it to be scrollable so it's not in your way. But I don't want it to go over the header. So then, yeah, the shadow Z index. No, can't do that. Whatever. I think that works. Yeah, that part's fine. I'm trying to, like, make sure that this part looks better. You know? Just earlier today, we made this thing sticky, or technically fixed. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so, yeah, back end stuff. Let me double check something here. We're not getting 404s, right? Yeah, I'm not sure why we saw those 404s at first. So that part's good. So then let's go to create a keyword. We'll go compound. We want foo, matching the whole word, and bar. Oh, and we want to get rid of that log. It's over here in keyword form. You used all your Claude credits in 1 hour. Yeah. And there was some streamer that came that's like streaming. They're like vibe coding a game or whatever. They spent like $200 just to get like a sprite like in the game, like on the screen, just to prompt it into doing that. That shit's insane to me. Like, dude. Like, man. And here's the biggest thing, like, most of these models are heavily subsidized. So, like, they're only going to get more expensive once that, like, infinite money glitch runs out. Yeah, that makes sense. Very clear prompting and sub-agents to have them be efficient. So when you say sub-agents, what does that mean? Like, you got a good example? Because, yeah, what I'm thinking I want to do is I do want to do some, like, vibe coding project at some point, just to, like, make sure I'm testing it and figuring stuff out. But I want to do it with locally hosted, but I want to be able to do it from my phone. Right? So, yeah. I think I'm going to need to set up, like, Tailscale to be able to remote in, like, you know, to SSH via tunnel to my Mac Mini. And then from there, I can prompt maybe like open code or all hands or whatever. I forget which one. I bet either one would be fine. So Claude Code lets you create agents to handle specific tasks. Oh. Oh, that's cool. What are you going to tell me now? Okay. Lead singer of The Fray? Never even heard of them. Which one? Is he the short guy? He's the short guy, isn't he? You're not wrong. And I see it. I totally see it. He's got to be like sitting or something, right? Is he really that much shorter than the rest of the band? He's got to be like sitting down. I swear. Same hairline. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, you're not wrong. I can definitely see it. Looks like he can barely grow facial hair like me, too. Yeah, at the bar after the event yesterday, someone said I look like someone as well, but like someone they know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It happens. It's whatever. So yeah, if your agent is not specific enough in context, it may burn cycles trying to use all available tools. Interesting. So wait, like theoretically, you could have MCP servers turned on for specific agents, like your sub agents. I didn't even think about that. Interesting. So wait, Claude Code MCP? Got it. Okay. I'm going to share that with work. So yeah. Sorry, I just needed to pass that on to work. I think it's kind of interesting. You started using an MCP for Obsidian to have it summarize changes you made in different places and note them in a running devlog. It really does open up new workflows, not just for code gen, but for just quality of life stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, all right. So I really do need to mess with this more. And then there's what, open code? I would assume open code can do subagents too. It supports local models. Sweet. Did I install open code already? I'm curious about that now. Yeah, I do have it installed. Cool. Yeah, so this is probably what I would end up doing, right? I would get open code, maybe run as a server, add tailscale. Is there some like SSH app iPhone? Is there like a good one? Anyone recommend one of these? Termius? Hmm. Yeah, has anyone ever done like SSH from their phone? Never got it to work right. Yeah, that's why I'd want to do like the tail scale thing. Does Tailscale maybe have their own mobile app? Yeah, maybe tail scale's not necessary. I feel like you'd still want it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fiddle with it a lot more. But yeah, I don't know. I was just curious because I like the idea of for like simpler things or like a game, vibe coding that out. You know. So yeah, like I'd love to vibe code out a game. You know, like out on the golf course waiting. You know, just send a quick prompt about what you want to do and then, let it run in the background. Check on it after. Hmm. Yeah. Anyway, something to think about. Use an app for TwinGate. That works for accessing your internal Olama setup. But I got you thinking about other use cases now. Yeah. Okay, so TwinGate is what you're doing. Time to ditch your VPN. Oh, interesting. So on the free tier, it looks like I'd be good to go. Okay. So this is what you've got running on your phone, maybe, to then like expose your internal Olama setup. Because that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. You're still on the free tier. You've got 4 users. Okay. Yeah. No, this seems great. Um, any reason why you chose Twingate over Tailscale? Just more reasonable free tier, maybe. Ah, doesn't even look like this has a free tier. Oh, it does. Okay. So, okay, right? You have 4 users. This one only has 3. Okay. I don't know how many users I would actually need. Oh, interesting. Okay. No, makes sense to me. Hmm. All right. Yeah, I'll have to remember Twingate, Tailscale. I feel like either one would work for me just fine. Because all I want to do is be able to just like, remote on into it from wherever I am with my phone, send a command via open code and the terminal, and that's it, you know? I am curious about all hands as well. Tailscale has a completely open source version of their gateway. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you could self-host. All right. Okay. Yeah, very cool. Let me get more music going. I wouldn't mind just paying for a service. Not sure I need to self-host it, but you spend too much time in our home lab? Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Well, I guess here's the tricky part to me. Like, if I ended up doing the whole, like, open code locally, tail scale it out to the phone, I'd still need to, like, look at source code. I guess I could just force it to commit the code, and then I could just look at it somewhere like YouTube. Or not YouTube, GitHub. That could work. I don't know. Yeah. Like, just have it create PRs. Yeah, All Hands is cool. Yeah, it's run by one of my former bosses. Right, when I worked at Fairwinds. So yeah, definitely worth checking out. Yeah, Rob here. Good dude. I definitely dropped the ball. They wanted to do some like sponsored content, but I did hook them up with Acorn. So yeah, I think they still got something out of it. All right. Anyway, compound keywords. That stuff's working. Yeah, let's do this part. Ah, and that's what I was looking for. That console log. Oh, it's not a console log though. Where did I put that log? Ah, okay. Yeah, compound. There it is. Yeah, maybe. Like, I think it's more like all hands is the business, and then open hands is the tool. I think that's maybe it. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think that's the idea behind it. And yeah, looks like they are looking for people. I'd highly recommend hanging out and checking it out, and maybe it's a good fit. Seems pretty reasonable salary-wise, too. No, and yeah, that makes sense, Abby. Like, yeah, for sure. Not trying to say you're wrong. Yeah, so All Hands AI is the company behind Open Hands, formerly Open Devon. So that's it. That explains it completely. Oh, that's a nice touch, actually. I like the way they're changing the hand color, but like randomizing. So just as you scroll. Yeah, oh, that's nifty. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so let's try this. It seemed like a good starting point for fixing parts of legacy code. Needs a lot of review. Yep. All right, there we go. So we want foo and bar together. Error creating keyword value already exists. I don't think that's the truth. Oh, no, it is. Hmm. Yeah, we should definitely make that not an error. So creating a new keyword, get into here. So I probably want to remove this index. What's the right way to remove an index? It's drop. Okay. Okay. So let me do this. Let me undo. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's the change. We should be able to do this. Yeah, I wasn't reading that right. I thought this was our up and down. Yep. Okay, cool. I don't know if that completely fixes our issue here. And the fact that that's happening so quickly, I think that's a front end thing we're doing. Yeah, so we'll let users create multiple. I don't mind. All right, so then we get error creating keyword 422, missing field type. Yeah, we are missing that field. So inside of our form, right, we got form data, ignored users. Yep, there will be a live stream tomorrow. And yeah, cheers again. I know I drank it a little slower than maybe you were looking for, but pacing myself at 6 o'clock. Still a little early. But yeah, so basically same exact time tomorrow. Yeah, no worries. Yep, see you tomorrow. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. All right, so that's a different error now. Shouldn't be the 422. There it is. Aha. Because it's not dot billing, it's dot billing tier. Aha! So we're getting a length of foo. Oh, and yeah, this is the wrong length. This is string.length. All right. Casting embeds with cast for parts field is not supported. Use cast embed 3. So that's got to be up here on keyword. We're doing cast embed. So cast here returns a change set, right? Yeah. Oh, and I did not want that. Okay. So yeah, I shouldn't have been doubling up the cast and then cast embed. Okay, that works for me. We get an error here, I think, because why? Cannot read properties of undefined at keyword item. Oh. Didn't come back with that. So yeah, fetching keywords. Let me double check the repository. All right, so list keywords. We got keyword.parts. We got keyword.parts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did this completely. But my guess is the value is empty on at least one of these things. Well, hold on. All right, keyword.json. We've got data here. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so then keyword part. I know I'm doing this somewhere. I don't necessarily want to have to like log it out to a struct. I could have sworn there's somewhere where I'm like overriding something. Oh, it's definitely going to be in one of these JSON files. Yeah. So protocol.derive. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Ooh, but I guess no keyword part. Yep, nope, that works. So all I want to do then is in keyword.json. I am using Stripe. Yep. Okay, there we go. Um. And I'm checking for simple instead of compound, but simple is our default. So on our front end, all right, so then next thing, actually, that looks pretty good. Aha. And then, did this actually come back with parts? It did, but for some reason, that's not showing us all of the parts mapped onto it. But it should. Hmm. Oh. Well, no. Right? Because of the way we redid this, we actually just want to do keyword dot value. And because parts are always going to be there, oop, oop, wrong keys. Okay. It did that, but it should have done that. And there we go. Okay. Yeah, that improves it massively. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then, next steps. Let's delete these. I'm curious if we're, yeah, because we're not doing the back end part that's actually detecting those. Surprised that we haven't gotten a single event, right? Because technically it should still be looking for foo. But the place that we're doing our WebSocket listener, that needs to be the next step. So if we go up to Firehose client, I'm thinking I could do Indian food for dinner. Should I do Indian food for dinner? Probably not, but I could. Let me get more music going. All right, so what we're doing right now is match and snippet. And realistically, I think I want to update this function, which is just right over here in utils. And yeah, this is the point at which we need to figure out, number one, are they still on a tier that allows compound keywords? Hmm. So at what point do we want to check this? I think it's before the matcher that maybe we want to filter the keywords. Yeah, this is the tricky part, because right now we're just fetching all the keywords. We're not actually doing it by org. So we're not fetching the org anywhere. We are fetching org here. And the reason I did that was because why do a fetch for an org if the keyword doesn't even match? Right? Like, Yeah, that's the tricky bit. So at the moment, we're matching on just the keyword value. We need to loop over the parts and detect them. Yeah, like we're going to really need to optimize the performance aspect of our message listener. Yeah. Hmm. And I was wondering if maybe it made sense to do like a regular expression for just all of the parts at once, but I think we have to regex for each part individually because we don't necessarily know the order that they might happen in. So yeah, we can't do a single regex. All right, so let me go pee real quick. Gotta use the restroom. We're gonna do this in maybe the naive way first. And then eventually we really need to make this part perform it. So the naive way is after we've done the fetch of the org, because we matched at least one keyword, we then need to go through and do the others. And realistically, we're going to do it here in Elixir logic for the naive way. I think the optimized way is to make sure that our SQL query is actually grabbing only keywords that we should even be looking for, right? So that would mean if the user is like doing compound keywords, but they aren't actually paying for it, like their payment lapsed or something, we just ignore all keywords from them. And I think it's probably best doing that at the SQL level. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do it the naive way first. I'm not sure about this. So yeah, let's we've already got org. We've already got their billing tier. We're checking the event part here. Handle compound keywords. Okay. It already knew what I wanted to do for the completion there. Come on, give me some code. All right. So let's at least get it started. Right. So then here, this would be enum.all. I forget what the return value of this function is. Right, right, right. Okay. So then matches all parts. Right. So then else true. Oh, and here's another thing. Event content. That's just text. So we don't need to do that twice, even though it's probably not very long. Okay, so if matches all parts, do. And yeah, this function is a beast. A fuzzy text search? Nah, because we don't want fuzzy. Fuzzy would be way too many false positives. Right, like you're talking Levenstein distance, right? Yeah, I mean, Levenstein distance also is like for a single word. And we care more about like multiple words. Like avoiding the loop here for this like match and snippet for the parts. That might be nice. I'm not sure if a regular expression would be that much faster. I feel like we nailed it though. Oh. Ah, nope, this is text. We're good there. Now we've nailed it. Oh, no, we didn't. Nope, I done broke it still. Okay. Dude, Wozniak's the man. Ah, such a good dude. Okay, so yeah, the foo bar thing. So then, yeah, if I wanted to match it more, we could go edit. Oh, so that didn't actually get set properly on the edit page. And we want this to not be editable. And I think, hold on. All right, so two big things. The is whole word is not updating on the edit page. This should update as well, but we can't change simple or compound. Yep, and that should not be available either. Yep. Okay. Oop, wrong button. So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff to do on this page to make that actually work. And interesting, Fievel. Yeah, it looks like Nightbot doesn't do command responses when they are a reply. That's news to me. I didn't realize that. So yeah, Blather. There is the project we're working on. And right now we're in the process of creating compound keywords. So compound keywords are basically, you could have the word foo and bar somewhere within the message rather than just a single, like just foo, right? So if we wanted to detect multiple words, like maybe the words pull and request, because I work at GetKraken and that's something we want to listen for. But necessarily, or not necessarily like the phrase pull request, right? Like when I pull down the latest code, something about a merge request or whatever, right? Like there could be any number of words between them and we still maybe want to match. Right? So like merge conflict. When I go to merge, I hate when I go to merge and there are conflicts. That's still probably something that us at GetKraken would really want to know about. So we're trying to think about the right way to do that. And yeah, music album's almost done. We'll have to get another one going here in a minute. What is the use case? For businesses to be able to respond to social media comments, right? Brand management, etc. Like I just gave as an example, at GitKraken, we would probably want to know when someone starts talking about merge conflicts because we have a tool that can do it better. (3:30 a.m.) And yeah, 5:30 a.m. for Blather. Does that mean you're in Germany? Based upon Condi's time zone? That's my guess so far. Either Germany or India. Oh, Germany's 3:30 too? Oh, really? Okay. So that makes you literally a Caucasian. That's kind of funny. A tool that can show reasonable diffs when you rebase and force push. Yeah, thank you. I know there's like with Git itself, you can configure a different diff tool. What was like the good diff tool? Semantic merge. Their website sucks. Jeez. Yeah, no, I don't know of anything specific like that, Canadian Bacon. Sorry. Um, yeah. Difftastic is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, so Difftastic could help you out, maybe. Yeah, so it's actually like a separate thing. So you could actually configure Git to use it by default. But yeah, semantic or Difftastic might be what you're looking for. All right, so it's like difft and then files. But if you wire it up to Git as your diff tool, it might be doable, right? Because then you're just doing like Git diff and then the things, right? You're just passing in commit hashes basically. This could help. I don't know. It's maybe not exactly what you were looking for, though. But yeah, I'd say give Difftastic a shot. Wire it up to Git as your diff tool for it. And then, see about, doing some Git diffing. And let us know how you feel about the difference. Yeah, let us know about the difference between your diff tools. Beyond Compare. This was one someone else just mentioned, too. This might be a good option. Worth a shot. How much does it cost? I'm sure. Well, maybe not. I was thinking they would definitely have like a demo version or a trial version. They've got to have a trial version. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's worth checking this one out too. Oh, you've used Beyond Compare. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That was a good question. Thanks, Canadian Naked. Appreciate that. Ooh, hold on. Jay Phils, are you still out there? Like, who here is using MCP servers in like a lot of their stuff? Yeah, so Jay Phils, you mentioned that you're doing a bunch of like MCP, like Claude Code stuff and all that. Um, would you be willing to hop on like a user interview call? Because GitKraken has like an MCP server, and we're trying to like number one, just understand what you use MCP for in general. Maybe number two, like give it a shot, trying to install it and seeing, you know, if it works for you. Like what workflows you would try and use it for, like ideas around that. Yeah, let me get you a cal.com link real quick. Perfect. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. And this goes for anyone else too, right? If you're using MCP servers, I would love it if you could like try ours out for GitKraken. We want to see like, make sure that the docs that we have explain everything and all that. And I don't know, just to make sure that we're building the right thing and we can start making some content around it. So yeah, I'm going to send Jay Phils a link. If I can find you in my list. Yep, there it is. I need to get more music going. Oh, actually, we're gonna reuse the podcast link. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, we'll use the Get Kraken podcast thing just because then I can record it with Riverside so I can pass that on to everyone else. Your RimWorld game is like a kindergarten. Somehow you keep collecting kids. Interesting. In the wrong context, that could be weird. Okay, so let's undo this. Don't need that. Don't need that. We finished that. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So yeah. And what time is it? 6:40. Not bad. Let me double check when the Indian food place closes. Okay, so they're open till 10. Plenty of time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get Indian food tonight. I don't need Indian food tonight, but I'm gonna eat Indian food tonight. Okay, so the part that we're on is we need to make this form kind of like not have any of the editable stuff. All right, so uh, is editing is the value we care about. Right, so that's disabled when editing. And I should probably just have that warning at the top. That's an easy report. And cool. And there we go. And yeah, let's clean up. Oh, yeah. Actually, we don't even want on change. Damn, good job, Super Maven. Nailed it on that one. Yeah, I think those tooltips are gonna go away. We skip a song with singing on it. Come on. Thank you, Chaotic. Appreciate that. All right, so we hide that button. We hide the remove button. The fields stay inactive. And then I think, yeah, we're good. What we want to do next is, yeah, we're going to take the tooltip sections. Actually, where even are those? Yes, this one. And then there should be another. Yep. All right, so then before the radio group, what we want to do is we'll paste this, but it's not going to be a tooltip. I do like the idea of maybe using triangle alert. But yeah, that goes away. All right, so then I don't think we want BG Danger, though. I don't even know if we need title. No, I don't do any server-side rendering. I don't believe in it. Like, I understand use cases for it for like e-commerce, but for anything login gated, like, no, doesn't make any sense to me. All I want Phoenix to do is give me a REST API. That's it. And then I get some other stuff out of it, like the dashboard and some of those things. Like this, I don't mind this. But yeah. I mean, I do some like chain set stuff. Like not everything's just hand coded SQL. I think maybe a little bit, but at some point, how do you get mid-level and senior developers if you never mentor juniors? So we're just setting ourselves up for a cycle where, you know, there's going to be another, like, everybody can learn to code movement because we're fucking up the pipeline of developers. I don't think there's anyone who actually uses these tools that thinks AI is actually taking developer jobs. And that's just some pipe dream. You know what's really happening? A lot of companies are laying people off saying AI is taking jobs, but then they're just turning around and hiring people from other countries, such as Microsoft. Right? Like Accenture is one of the companies also really messing it up for everybody. We need to do what France does, basically. Where did I see this? I think it was on Reddit. Wasn't in SAS. Hold on. Let me try and find it. I don't think I was logged in. I don't even know where I found it then. Yeah, we're not going to doom scroll Reddit. Yeah, there was a post that I saw earlier today that was interesting. A team was basically getting cut, like the whole team. But there were devs in France and there were devs here in the US. Here in the US, they were informed the job's no longer there, and they were given like shipping labels to send back their equipment like within an hour. In France, there's an entire process of you have to justify that you're actually downsizing and not that you're just going to replace those devs with someone else, because there's just so much better like worker protections in France. So if we rioted like France riots, we would have nice things. But yeah, like just worker protections just aren't there. Not here in the US. But yeah, like something like that job can't be like refilled for another like year or something like that. And they have to actually prove over time that it didn't get refilled. Like, I don't know, man. It's just really cool. But yeah, a lot of the AI is taking developer job stuff, especially like mid and senior level jobs. Nah, it's not true. Companies trying to sell you on that. Of course, they're trying to sell stuff, but big companies like Microsoft, uh, they're just turning around and trying to find cheaper people. And what's up, Sean? Edward Furlong? You're not the first person to say so. That's why we even have that emote. Hopefully you mean young Edward Furlong. If you mean like modern day Edward Furlong, I'll call you a jerk. How dare you? So that dude's looking rough. That dude's got some city miles on him. Oh, I didn't know he had actual like teeth problems. Yeah, I had no idea. It's the right way to get these things like properly in line. I think I got to make this in line as well. Yeah, that worked. Yeah. I think if I just put it in the P tag, we might be good. I know, I always forget about size. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I need to get the habit of using size. It's a good call. Let's do this. Big release finally worked. Hell yeah, Lithium. Oof. Eh, that's a bit of a quibble. I don't know if it matters that much there, Condi. Yeah, I could put the or not in front of it. I mean, weather is already done, so I don't know. I think it's fine. No, no, I think you're both right. Like, whether or not would work. I believe the or not actually totally works grammar wise there too. But as far as it sounding, I don't know, less professional or whatever, sure. I think technically this whole block is way too big. I think either way there, it's technically correct. Like they're both part of the collection of things that you can't edit. But it could also be misunderstood as like, well, you can't edit both at the same time. You could do and or. No, because you can do some editing, right? Because we want people to be able to add ignored users if they forgot. We want people to maybe be able to change whether we match on whole keywords if they forgot. But as far as like simple, or as far as like keyword values, the events and some of the like statistical stuff we might be doing at some point would all lose complete value. Yeah, no worries, lithium. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it would really be in frequently asked questions. /app/ and maybe this is editing keywords. Something like that. I think it's fine. Like, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. We can always fiddle with it and fine tune it later. Yeah, I don't think it matters that much. So yeah, let's at least get some of this deployed up. Hmm. Hold on. Let me get more music going. We're going to generate another migration. And we can't do that to that branch. Oh. Yeah, no worries there, Lake. Yeah, no worries there, Condi. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll get to your GK thing when you get back, Lake. One sec. Yeah, sorry, I just saw that. So then here, yep, that all looks right to me. Uh, why would that be failing? So it's in the marketing pages. Right, we'll get this done here, and it's definitely when we're doing our fetch. Why would that be failing, though? And thank you for the follows. Hold on. Pep and Roni. That's a fun one. And Blathers. Yeah, thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, so pricing page here. This fetch is our main issue. Oh, okay. That was the issue there. All right. It's going to be a little hacky. All right, so let's try and build this again, just to be sure. Yep, perfect. Hey, what's up, Five Shot? How you doing? Mm. Mm. All right. So we're not totally done. And then Lake, your question: how is GK going? I think it's going really well. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I forgot all about that. I don't know, and it was kind of a fun one to make too. I mean, you can find a comfortable tech job that's remote, maybe, depending on where you live. I think in many cases, though, you don't want to get too comfortable at a tech job. Like, they'll never give you raises that keep up with inflation. It just doesn't happen. So the only way to actually like make sure that you're still getting the same amount of money, like comparative to the value of your currency, is to go to new companies. I know, right, Lake? Like, yeah, that one's tough. That one's really tough. You know, I don't expect Get Kraken's gonna give me some crazy raise. So eventually I'm gonna have to figure something else out too, but I don't know when that is, and I'm not really I'm not thinking that hard about it. Yeah, you gotta be careful, Lake. That can actually be a source of burnout. Streamer monies, dude. Streamers don't make shit. Like, you only make streamer monies when you go like to a crazy level. Like average streamers don't make shit. Like I'm sure Primogen, he probably has like 1,000 subs at least. That's 2.5 grand a month. It's not bad. Nobody's retiring on that. So he's most likely, yeah, like making most of his money from sponsorship deals and like some of the content they make, the coffee company, a bunch of that stuff. You think he gets a lot from YouTube ad revenue? YouTube ad revenue isn't that crazy either. Nah, he gets a lot of views. He's probably doing all right on that front. Yeah, I don't know, right? Like estimate YouTube revenue for a channel. Well, that's not it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it actually did find Prime. Oh, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Estimated YouTube partner earnings, 7 grand. Oh, I see, I see. So then you crank it up. Daily earnings. Okay, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I missed this part. Um, yeah, 7 grand a month. I could see that being that. That makes sense to me. Estimated sponsorship price depends on what he's doing. I don't know. I haven't watched any of his videos for a while. Does he do like individual video sponsorship? Damn, he's at 500K subs though. Yeah, he's killing it. Let's see what they say for little old me. We'll see how accurate they are. 17 monthly? No. Yeah, so I think they're overestimating. Yeah, 404. No, I think I make $7 a month off YouTube just from streaming, which is cool. Right here on Twitch, 150 subs times 2.5 or whatever. Yeah, so I make about like 500 a month from Twitch. Yeah, ramen money. Damn right. Butter chicken money. Oh, let me check one other thing too. I'm curious about this. I haven't even logged into my PayPal in a long time. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I have a lot of subs like that I subscribe to. At some point, I should probably pare that down a bit, but I don't mind. Oh, that's right. I was wondering what else I do that deducts from the PayPal directly. That's where I buy games. Duh. That's the important part. I do have some vulture servers that I could bring down, though. But yeah, interesting. But yeah, all them Steam games. That's what I use my PayPal for mainly. All right. So let's fix some of these here bugs. So keyword form, we got some fixing to do there. All right, and then the next one. New and edit keyword. And yeah, we're no longer checking if the user has created one. So yeah, if we go to The dashboard, components. Yes, this one. Then edit keyword. That should now compile. Perfect. Okay. I don't actually. I don't actually want to keep this log. One second, Lambda file. It is called Neo-Brutalism. It's a fun one, right? Of course, standard. That's funny. I can get you a $100 discount. So that no frills ticket could be worth it. I mean, the full ticket's probably worth it too, like food and, you know, the workshops and all that stuff. Yeah, just let me know. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, that discount goes for anyone. One of the regular bird ones? Yeah, that's fine. They're standard, but I can still get you $100 off that too. So, yeah. You need more conferences down there. You still remember back in high school going to the Macromedia ones? Oh, the no frills. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say like, yeah, the regular ones spendy, but you know, if you can get Microsoft to pay for it, could be worth it too. I don't know if they do Like if they give you like a knowledge dev budget. Mental health budget. Okay, yeah, that's a different one. Like a lot of places do like a knowledge dev budget that you can spend on, like a course at your college, like all sorts of stuff. It's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. At that company. Okay. Yeah, something to check out. Don't leave that money on the table. They don't need it. Exactly. I know, hanging on by a thread. All right, so I think production should be fine. Let me do one thing here. Yep. Gotta go log back into here. Um, Wait, no, that's not it. Doing a bunch of one password BS. There we go. Over to production, to the shell. All right. So, I already forget. It's... I forget the name of the user. And hey, what's up, Odatnerd? Mr. Sir, what are you up to today? Yeah, ahoy hoy. Yeah, what were you up to on your stream? More Filamento work. Now including more libraries. And Filamento. That's a PHP thing? I might be thinking of just filament. Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes, your thing. Now, there's another thing that's like a PHP thing that is like, I think it's called filament. I forget what it does exactly. I think it's a Laravel thing. That's Laravel filament? Okay, cool. Just double check it. So yeah, Filamento. So playing with a little library for wrapping file-based API routes in validation and stuff. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Yeah, what are you building this one in? Is that Python? Or TypeScript? Just plain old JS. Okay. Oh, like JS? Not even TS? Pretty gnarly. Not even TS. Woof. Brutal. Yeah. Real old school. If you want to go real old school, turn off strict mode. Like disable use strict. Let me get another album going. You love runtime crashes, though? Yeah, I think we all do, right? It's more fun. It was dub. Okay. Let me do this real quick, just in case.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a...
Yeah, so I need to do this. Migration's already up. Okay. Where we're going, we don't need strict. There you go, JD. Okay. So that seems fine. So now we go to production. We do see that there. Okay. So what I end up wanting to do is I need an org created on, like, what I need to be able to do is give entitlements to orgs. Like, let's at least just double check that this works. So what we'll do is boo. Nice and quick. Damn, that's fast. Okay, so yeah, production working well. Right, we're matching the whole keyword, which is fine. If we turned that off, right, we should be able to edit. And that's a bug. Yep. All right, so we uncovered a back end, or not a back end, a front end bug, because I guarantee that this is actually what we set it as, but we're not updating that field. And I know exactly where that's happening. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, we are working on and basically finished with our new feature of compound keywords. Right now, we don't have an organization on production to demonstrate that, but we could do it here locally. Oh, I forgot that you can do ls there. That was just habit. Okay, so what we got now is dev servers are up. And we cannot edit that keyword, but we can add a new one. Oh, and hold on. Did we really just do the one? We did. And then we'll do foo, add keyword bar. We want that turned on. So we got foo bar here, and then if we go to edit, this is not populated with the value we care about. So that needs to be. So we pass the keyword into our keyword form. Let's double check this. This does come back with is whole word true. Yeah. So then if we look at this switch, default checked keyword question mark dot is whole word, when really this needs to be Right. Okay, so that's why that doesn't work that way. So then what we can do is form dot get values is whole word. There we go. All right, so that's that fix. Okie dokie, cool. So I'm going to say we're good for now. Right? So compound keyword. I'm going to say feature done. We didn't even mark it as in progress. Now it's just done. Gone. Okay. And yeah, we got more work to do, but I am going to order some Indian food. That'll probably get here in like a half hour to 45 minutes or so. Because, yeah, diet be damned. Yep, extra hot on the butter chicken. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What are y'all up to? Damn, dude. So yeah, that was a good move. Oh, due to high demand. Hope they bring it right to me. I wouldn't say all Indian food is good in the Pacific Northwest, but there are some really good spots depending on where you're at. Like, you know, I'm in Redmond, so right near Microsoft. Yeah, pretty solid Indian food. There is a new Indian place that just opened up. Definitely not as good. Like a bit blander. Their naan bread is like a bit thicker. But the one that's like always been there, Kanishka, is amazing. It's really, really good. Like, yeah, over here in Redmond, it's probably better than any Indian food you're gonna get like in Seattle even. Maybe not necessarily, but just being so close to Microsoft, I think, yeah, this one place ends up being really good. And yeah, I signed up for like Dash Pass or whatever. It's like $10 a month after the 6 month free trial. I just got $22 off of the meal. That's huge. So yeah, pretty much if you order stuff from DoorDash twice a month, you're paying for it. Like you're getting your value already. And I've been doing the Indian food at least like once a week at this point. It's just so good. And it's something I can't make at home. Yeah, it is a really good deal. Like the 22 is more than I was thinking. Like, hold on, if I look at the details, there was the delivery fee was knocked off, and then the service fee was reduced to $1.47. And it looks like tax even got lower. So yeah, like the total discount is $14. I feel like it would have been more. Like yeah, they're doing some like 50% off code for me too. So yeah, don't have enough food options near you to make it worth it. Yeah, that makes sense. Pretty much the Indian food is like the only thing I get right now. Like none of the sushi places are on DoorDash. Like not the close ones. There's maybe like some dumpling places I could get some stuff from. That might be smart. There's like ramen places I could try too. I find ramen to be so hit or miss though. Because there's just so much more variability into like how it gets seasoned. Like, I don't know, I guess it's about the same as like Indian food. I don't know. But yeah, so what is our next task? You moved out to a more rural area. So whenever you make a trip to the city, you go crazy on all the food options. Yeah, damn right. For sure. That's definitely one of the reasons why I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to move out to the boonies. Number one, like, I need good internet. I do like being, like going into Seattle for Seattle JS. So I can't go too far. I am considering moving into Seattle. It's an option. You've got Starlink out there. It's hella fast and reliable. Like, how fast is it? And I don't want to do anything that supports Elon, but yeah, Starlink does make a lot of sense. Speeds. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that one's tough. Like 220, I could deal with for downloading, but for uploading for streaming, I don't know. And yeah, latency, that could be a part of the problem. I don't do that much like competitive gaming. Oh, and they get you for like the bandwidth too, right? Yeah, yeah, exactly, H. Mendoza. And also, like, dude, like, let me look at this. So they charge you for the bandwidth on residential? They don't. So that makes sense. So for 120 a month, could be worth it. Unlimited data. That's huge. If I was doing the business, that gets super spendy super quick. Yeah, residential doesn't seem too bad, actually. They don't really show you the bandwidth you're guaranteed on residential. Or not guaranteed, but that you can get. Yeah, I don't know. It works for your case. You're not streaming though, so upload doesn't matter as much. Yeah, that's like the biggest part I would run into, right? Upload speeds. And yeah, like dropping out. So I don't know, something to think about. I would definitely prefer like proper broadband though. But okay, so let's look at what do we want to do here. Um, what is our next task? And really, we could start closing down a few of these. I do want to keep that open. We'll leave that. Close that. Go back to that when we need it. And yeah, we forked live RSS. We're good there. Actually, I probably do want to keep this open. Production we can close for the moment. Chat woot. That's right. Yeah, to do some support stuff at some point. We'll see. Keep that. Close that. Close that. Uh, close that. Whew. Started sweating there for a second. I thought I was leaking something. I was about to pee my pants. All right, close that. It's our latest build. We can close that. I'll have to log into Stripe separately at some point. We'll do the Mailinator and SendGrid still. Looks like we had the Phoenix Live dashboard up there twice. That one's the local one. And we can close that. Close that. Close Stripe for the moment. Okay. And hold on. Let me read some of the messages. So, it works for your use case. Yep. Australian internet sucks, though. They bungled the fiber rollout and half-assed it. They did fiber to the node, but from the node to the curb, it's copper. That's weak. Yeah, that's weak. Yeah, so improving our WebSocket listener for performance reasons is something we're definitely going to need to do. I think our next thing that we need to work on, though, is marketing site updates. Yeah, so this is the next part we got to do. So let's make sure we get the site up and running. We got our dev API up and running. Not much we can do about that there. So yeah. Okay, so marketing site is now at one of my favorite URLs, localhost 4321 liftoff. And yes, I brag about it every time. I came up with the 4321. We did it live here on stream. Submitted the discussion post over on GitHub, and like a month or two later, they actually did it, which is pretty cool. That is my greatest contribution to the open source world. All right, so right, about and blog don't do anything. Support, we're going to need to do something for as well. And yeah, we need docs. And maybe about just makes less sense. Yeah, I definitely want to get some of these other things going. But yeah, marketing site stuff first. So yes, the about page, the blog, the support link, and some fixes on our pricing too are going to be massively important. And this looks super ugly. Yeah, we haven't done much for the pricing page. So we need to do that. All right. So now we got to figure out just where we want to start. We got to do it all, but what order do we want to do it in? All right, looks like the door dasher is dropping something off first before me. How dare they? But yeah, food should be here 20 minutes ish. So yeah, let's keep going. Ooh, and we need more music going. Does Synthwave belong in a museum? We might have listened to this already today. I don't care. We're doing it again. Deal with it. So yeah. Hmm. Is it already prepared buffet style? My guess is that they probably like not a buffet, but they probably do have like the butter chicken like sauce and maybe even like chicken, probably like already like cooking, like and just kept warm. I'm almost certain they do the same with rice. The naan bread might be the only thing that they got to do on the fly. But even that, they could probably just like cook and then keep warm. I don't know. But yeah, Jianhua. They've never seen Grandma's Boy or Hackers. That's crazy. Hackers is the crazier one to me. But never even Grandma's Boy? That one, I don't know. It's a good film, but I could understand someone not having seen it before. I could understand that one more than I can understand Hackers. Like, Hackers is, like, required watching, right? Like, how dare they? They're lying. Fire them. I don't know about that, Rumple. Yeah, exactly. Grandma's Boy is more of like a stoner movie. Yeah. He's only 25. Yeah, I could see that. Like, Grandma's Boy is pretty old. Like, if he's 25 right now, Grandma's Boy came out when he was probably 8. You know? What year was Grandma's Boy? I want to say it was 2008, but I could be wrong. 2006. Dude, he was 6 years old. So I could understand that, you know? Nobody fucks with a lion. Yeah, dude. It's. Wait, this one says 2010. Oh, maybe that's just when they did the Grandma's Boy episode for whatever that is. Yeah, 2006 here. Yep. Your ass is tanner than my face. Like, dude, yeah. Dude, it's such a quotable movie. It's really good. It does look like my food's getting picked up right now, so we should go raid someone. Who is streaming right now? There's Z.A. Shaw. We haven't rated Jitspo in a long time. Try Catch TV is super cool. Hack Smarter could be fun. It's probably like Hack the Box or something type stuff. Yeah, let's go raid Hack Smarter. Keep it stupidly simple. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna raid Hack Smarter. Nope. All right, so we're gonna go say hi to Hack Smarter. My food is being delivered. It'll be here like pretty quick, I bet. So let's go see what Hack Smarter's up to. It's probably some Hack the Box or Pwn. I don't know. We just heard him mention it, so whatever. I'm gonna say farewell to YouTube first, but you know, I will be here tomorrow. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. I'm gonna try and maybe start a little earlier. I do need to go to Costco in the morning though, so we'll see there. Probably gonna game a little bit tomorrow night, so we'll finish up around like 6-ish tomorrow night, probably. Depends on what Robotic Ed's up to. But yeah, tomorrow we knock out a bunch of this like marketing page BS, right? Like we got a lot of marketing stuff to fix. And then we can get to other features after that. So yeah, other features probably is a next week thing. So we're going to go YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow.